evil blanket fish has awoken.
Alright. So, it looks like everything's coming in so far. And this will most likely be our last day of Octopath Traveler. All we have left to do is the Forest of Purgation, which is the level 58 dungeon, and then the final quest at Journey's End. May even be a short stream today, depending on when I finish. I may end early. I'm definitely not set up to start Kudelka today if we finish really early, so if there's still a good couple of hours left in stream by the time I'm done, I might just throw on a roguelike or something. I've been kind of on a Dead Cells kick lately, so it might be that one. Okay, so we're still set to a capture card since we played Mercenaries yesterday. There we go. But yeah, basically, we do the Forest of Purgation, and then any last minute setup or anything that we want to do, and then the final. Hey Nami, how you doing? Also, doing the Forest of Purgation should finish off the last, well, obviously except for that one, that's the final one. I'm not grouchy. Not today. Okay, so I'm pretty sure that one is just to kill the boss in there. Let me double check and make sure I don't actually have to bring people with me or anything for that one, but those are like the last two side quests we have to do outside of the one with the final boss. So let me double check that. Hey Irby, how you doing? Is it Flatlands? Yeah, it is. Guessing that Liana one starts at the, yeah, it starts on the Frostlands. Just ends up over here. Use the challenge provoke pact action to defeat the remnant leader. Okay, so we're taking Olbrick, so that should be fine. You should add a yet to that. I'm not forcing anybody to stay yet. Alright, so that's where we're going.
And that's that.
There is no choice.
Tonight, Rick, put it.
How about you? A blunt blow. The thrill of the fight.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen him in a while either.
Ready or not, here I come. I'll not be defeated. Malicious Star, here's our foe.
Tonight, Rick, put it. And that's that. Come on, I've got better things to do. Ignis Arctic.
Victory shall be mine. The thrill of the fight.
Another forbidden dagger.
Step right up.
Tonight, Rick, put it.
What to do? I'll get
The battle is truly joined. Anger not. With each battle, I grow stronger.
This is the beginning of your end.
I'll do my best.
Hi, everybody!
Malicious Star.
Hey, Ragnar, how you doing?
Out of my way. Ignis Arctic. Where's the nearest tavern?
It's kind of funny how I don't even have to bother breaking things to kill them anymore. Yeah, and then it's like Nintendo Direct and State of Play, and then I think the day after that there's a Ryuga Gotoku stream, like the Yakuza team,
With honor.
and then I think a couple of days after that TGS starts. So this week is just gonna be like news.
Well then. Molested star. Here's our foe. The flame guides us true.
Come on, I've got better things to do. My turn.
My turn now.
I think the only one of those that's even been hinted at might be Golden Sun 4. But that was like they were hiring for that stuff so recently that they're probably pretty far away from starting it or from showing it off.
Here I go. Let's do this. Lightning.
No.
Here I go.
My turn. Ignis Arctic. And that's that.
I haven't checked in it on a while, but I think it still is. I mean, it's more than anything, it's like it's just an assortment of like little short stories more than anything. A couple of them had some kind of like hints at maybe connecting to Drakengard or Nier, but even then it's just like you don't know if it's a hint or if it's just an Easter egg. Yeah. I don't really have anything that I'm hoping for. I'm just gonna see what happens and be happy. Like, honestly, the Wild Arms and Shadowheart spiritual successors are like, it'd be hard for me to be more hyped for anything than that. does it? And see, that's the thing though, like in the mobile game, in the gacha game, because I did play that just looking for any hints of stuff that might connect to Nier or Drakengard. It's kind of stuff similar to that too, where it's like stuff shows up that is from those games. That he could say, like, it'd be very easy then to say this is how it connects, but nowhere do they say that, so it's all just speculation. You don't know if it's a connection or just an Easter egg.
Ignis Arctic.
My turn now. Molested star. Here's our foe. I am not made for such battles.
It's a good day.
Hey, RNG, how you doing?
Victory shall Victory shall be. Have at you. Have at you. Now then. Now then. When he'll fight with us. With each battle, I grow stronger.
I thought it might be so, and it seems my instincts were correct. The culprit truly was a follower of Matthias, that madman who called himself the Savior. I worked at Matthias' side, leading such people down a path of darkness. That is why I must atone for my sins. It is true. I can understand why your heart and your conscience pain you so. But I do not think that you trying to shoulder all the blame yourself will help anyone in the end. They have turned their eyes to the future. They smile and they laugh and they live every day as a new day. Perhaps it is time you do the same. Allowing yourself to drown in guilt is not atonement. Both you and the people of this village have suffered the same wounds. Yet they have remembered how to smile again. I do so wish that you would as well, Liana. Eliza. Yes, just like that. I've always loved that smile of yours, Liana. And I'll try. I'll try to keep smiling for you. Now that we've unearthed the villains who were hindering our efforts, we can look into those ruins at last. You've been a great aid to us, Traveler. Thank you. And I'm obviously not touching it until I play the first two. And I haven't bought any of them yet. Though I might try to see if I can pick them up the next time a big RPG sale happens.
There is no choice.
And there might be a small chance there might be one when TGS starts. Maybe.
Anger knocks the tiger.
Where's the nearest tavern?
I will battle.
A night risk.
Have at you. Anger not the tiger.
My turn now. Time to close up shop.
Yep, unfortunately, that seems to be the MO for Square Enix. They don't seem to quite understand the concept of lower prices for, like,
Quick.
indie style games.
Ignis Arctic.
Victory shall be mine. Out of my way. The thrill of the fight.
Like, to them, lower prices is like $10 off.
It's a good day for battle.
What to do?
Damn it.
Ignis Arctic.
Victory shall be mine. Anger not the tiger. The thrill of the fight.
Well, Nintendo doesn't understand the concept of a sale. Like their first party stuff. I'm not sure if I know even their third party stuff doesn't go for sale as low as it does on other platforms when it's third party stuff. I'm not sure if their first party stuff ever goes on sale. That's kind of hilarious that their line of thinking is cheap games can't be quality games, but apparently cheap hardware can be.
I'll get my money.
Ignis Arctic.
The battle is truly joined. Anger not the tiger. With each battle, I grow stronger.
weakness are dead.
The battle is truly joined. Victory shall be mine. Now then. Windhill, fight with us!
Let's do this! Let me help.
Out of my way. A night river. Put it. My turn. Let's do this. Show us your magic.
My turn now. Have this.
Now then. How about this? Now then. Use this.
I will not be defeated.
Damn it, that sucks, because he had just used his turn to up his damage with the divine skill for sorcerer, and then he immediately got dropped and lost it.
Benefic stars, bless us. Here I go.
The battle is truly joined. Use this. Victory shall be mine. Windhill, fight with us!
My turn now. Have this.
My turn. I'll take this.
Here I go. Wind.
My turn. Let's do this. Show us your magic.
Hey Kaz, how you doing?
Ignis Arctic.
My turn now. Here I go! Electric shock! Here's how it goes! Here I go! Won't hold back! I summon Battle God!
Victory shall be mine. Windhill, fight with us. Have at you. Use this.
All right, Namalata. Have a great day.
The battle is truly joined.
You got 3 off.
Well then. Bring about the miracle of healing!
My turn. Tonight, River.
Let's do this!
That's actually good to know. It doesn't nullify the ones that... It doesn't nullify the ones that are, like, inherent to your class, like, that you set with your skills. That's good to know. I was actually worried about that.
Tonight, River.
The battle is truly joined. How about this?
My turn now! This should be good. I'll do my best. Have this.
Victory shall be mine. Iron Blade is on. Windhill, fight with us. With each battle, I grow stronger.
Alright, basically now I just need to figure out how to get those other chests. Find the stupid hidden paths.
Ignis Arctic.
Here I go! I'll do my best. Electric shock! Here's how it goes! The flame guides us true.
There's that one. Can't remember if there was another one that I didn't get to.
Ready or not, here I come!
Out of my way. Ignis Arctic.
Witchery. is truly joy. The thrill of the fight.
Flame, protect us!
Tonight, River.
My turn now!
Victory shall be mine. Anger not. The thrill of the fight.
Step right up! My turn now! I'll get my money. My turn now. Molecular shot. The flame guides us true.
Nope, so far it's looking like I got everything.
Come on, I've got better things to do.
My turn now. I'll get my money.
Tonight, River.
Have at you. Anger not. With each battle, I grow stronger.
This is the beginning of your end.
I was about to say Holium? I mean, are you on Instagram or TikTok? That's pretty much the norm. Why, what are they expecting?
Have at you.
I don't get why all these people are expecting certain games that there's been no hint to.
With each battle, I grow stronger.
Unless I missed something and there was some kind of hint that there's gonna be another Dark Cloud, but I haven't heard anything about it. Like, obviously, last thing Level 5 was doing was making Ni no Kuni games. And granted, it's been several years since Ni no Kuni 2, but I don't know of any indication that they were going to be making anything different. I think I might have to put Surpassing Power on Tress, because when she actually did have the Wind Rune on her, she was hitting damage cap. So I'm not sure how high it goes. I'm not sure that he needs it except under very specific circumstances. I think I'd rather just have him. That's probably okay. I feel like having him be a tank might actually be better than hoping he gets the extra turn. Honestly, since it's only 25% of the time, I might as well just put something else instead. Yeah, expecting anything from Konami is extreme hopium. The only thing you can expect from Konami is a collection of their older games. That's about it. Because even if they did make a new game in one of their series, they're probably gonna make it shitty. Like, there's been rumors about Suikoden. Like, supposedly one of the voice actors that was in several of the Suikoden games in Japan was supposed to be there to help present Konami do something. Like I said, I'm hoping it's just a collection, because if it's a new game, I mean, let's be honest, the Suikoden team is making Eiyuden Chronicle, so if Konami makes a Suikoden now, they're making a cheap knockoff. Yeah, Suikoden was one of them. That's another reason why people have been talking about that one. Let's get Saving Grace on all my squishies. I mean, I'm sure there are tons of developers that could make a decent Suikoden game, but there were also tons of developers that could make a good Metal Gear Solid game, and instead they made Metal Gear Survive. And there were tons of developers that could make a good Contra game, and instead they made whatever the hell that new one that came out was. I don't remember the name. That was god-awful. And that's what I'm saying. Konami doesn't give a shit about making good games. They just want to profit off of a well-known name. Last Recollection. I wonder if that's a collection of something just going by the, you know, recollection. Could be. Where did Lind get to, Honnet? She hath gone outside, running about and chasing hares, I warrant. Of course. She's so docile and obedient, I sometimes forget that she's still a wild creature. Just so. Cyrus, I will that you not sneaking up on me like that. I might loosen an arrow into your side. Can we help you with something, Professor? I find myself most fascinated by your ability to control beasts, Sonnet. If it were no trouble, I would like to ask you some questions at some opportune time. Of course. Truth be told, I am curious about all of thee, too. Primrose and her dancing, Cyrus and his studies, Therion's thievery. That's so. Especially thee. I wonder how thy fingers became so dexterous. Practice makes perfect. Speaking of which, I have observed your sometimes writing and whittling with your opposite hand. Is that practice too? So you train both your hands to improve your dexterity. Why so perplexed? It's not much different than you practicing your aim. Or Primrose practicing her dancing. Just so. Primrose, dost thou leave in our company and hiding themselves away at times? I hate spectators doing practice. I need to get a dance perfect before I can do it in front of anyone. You are dedicated to your art. So what about you, Professor? Do you practice studying? In my case, I develop my powers of deduction and insight by reading tomes and closely observing people. I attempt to guess what other people are thinking. It sharpens my mind and, I confess, amuses me, too. That remindeth me. Earlier, Lynn growled at thee in warning. Was that a warning? I suppose I should apologize for what transpired earlier then. Oh, and what's that? You see, I was curious about snow leopard biology, and so undertook a careful study of Lind. From morning to night. Precisely. No wonder the poor dear's wary of you. I hope this has been a lesson to you, Professor. Probably don't need that anymore. Defenses honestly aren't much higher than anybody else's. I guess maybe having 2 of them to cover for this team. Isn't that the name, like, or maybe it was a name they were gonna use and didn't, but that could be like a potential name for whatever the Switch version of Automata was gonna be. guess that's good enough. See, at least the good thing about this team is that they have Alphen to be able to give the entire party BP or SP with his concoct. Yeah, I'm sure a lot of people are probably convinced that was a mobile game. It's hard to tell nowadays. Don't think I need this for, like, a final battle. I also don't think he's gonna be doing it that much damage. He's probably gonna be more the enabler. So they're basically both going in the same. Yeah, I think that's good enough for the B team. Okay, so I have to remember for my casters which weapon has the highest elemental attack. So for her, it's a spear. Also spear, and for him the staff. Alright, I think we may be good to start the final quest. Oh wait, did we ever... No, we still need to turn this one in.
Oh.
Flock seems bothered by something lately. There we go. What is that, a fang? Direwolf's fang, you say? If its fang alone is so large as this, how large must the beast itself have been? So that was the very beast that had been making my flock feel so ill at ease. Now that I think on it, I do recall my grandfather telling tales of great wolves living in these parts. No one had seen any for a long time, but it seems they weren't all dead after all. Whatever else has come of it, I'm glad that at least my herd will feel safe once again. And knowing that they are safe will let me sleep at night once again as well. Oh, sweet. That needs to go on... Deals damage proportional to the party's current BP. Well, my main is 66 through 74. And then the B team, I think, are all in the mid-60s. 66, and then Cyrus is at 64. I didn't really power level, I just did everything, and this is what I ended up at. Oh, right, I actually actually need to put it on someone. Alright, let's save and get this show on the road. Actually, I just thought of one more thing I might need to do. I don't know if it'll work, but just on the off chance that it does. I think she has it. Because one of the main weapons that the B team is going to have is the Fat Kate Sith that I captured with her. That's supposedly 3 turns of invincibility per use. I want to see if I put the dancer thing to make everything last an extra, like to make buffs last an extra turn, will work on it. Oh crap, I didn't need to land the last one. Alright, so let's save and go test this. If it doesn't work, I'll just... Well, you won't put it on there.
Thank you.
I think I'm at like 87-ish hours right now. So I'm actually still underneath what I thought it was going to be. When I was doing the chapter 4s and looking at all the stuff I had to do afterwards, I thought for sure I was going to hit 100 hours, but it turns out all those dungeons and everything went by a lot faster than I thought they would.
I'll make this quick.
What next?
No, you don't.
Here I
Victory shall be, I think not. Have at you. I think not.
go! Let's do this!
Out of my way. No, you don't.
Come if thou darest.
Well, unfortunately, I can't tell you yes or no, because anything that I might say to ask, you know, has this happened yet, would be a spoiler to know how close you are.
No, you don't.
What to do?
Have at you. I think not.
Letting my arrow fly and true.
Have at you.
So it wasn't doing what I read in the FAQ that it does. Because what I read in the FAQ was that it gives, like, full invincibility for 3 turns. This was only doing, like, counterattacks for... I think it was only doing 2 turns. Let's see if it still does 2 turns with that on. Unless the one I caught is not the same one. Maybe I caught a lower level version of it.
I'll make this quick.
Victory shall be mine. I think not.
My turn. No, you don't.
Witchery.
It's my turn now.
Coming, if thou darest. Letting the hunt.
Okay,
begin.
it looks like it's 2 stacks either way. It's 2 stacks either way, so the buff, the skill to have buffs last an extra turn isn't affecting it. But I am still wondering if I did not get the one that I thought I got. Let me double check that. X. Action. Oh wait, no. Actions, talents is what I'm looking for. Man, the more I look at this, the more Ulbrich just got the shitty end of the stick on talents. Using BP to increase how much damage reduction you get when you defend. Like, the most what they could have done is they could have just had him naturally take less damage than everybody else when he defends. Like, why would you want to spend BP on that? Oh, okay. So it's similar to the Bewildering Grace dance in that there's 4 things that can happen. And one of them is that you get 3 turns of invincibility. And just like the dance, if you spend BP on it, you get an extra buff. Okay, so I just know that to make sure I have 3 BP when I summon it out. Either way, they're all good. This, unlike the dance, this doesn't have anything bad happening. Alright. So again, let's go save, and then we will start the end. Start our way to the end. Yeah, I'm at almost 87 hours exact right now. Well, that doesn't look foreboding at all.
Is that so?
So I'll find Father on the other side, truly?
Indeed.
Trust me, Kit. He is there, waiting for you. I see. Very well, then.
Is something the matter?
Oh, forgive me.
I'm not feeling so well. Why don't you go on ahead? I'll catch up soon.
Yes.
I'll be waiting for you.
What have we here?
He's a familiar face. Fancy meeting you here. I trust you came for Kit, yes?
However...
Apologies, but the lad is quite special to me. My soulmate, if you will.
I think not.
I'll thank you not to interfere. That's assuming you could interfere, even if you wanted to.
The gate of Finis.
Pass beyond the gate of Finis, and never again may you return to this world.
I leave it to you.
Follow us if you so choose, but first be certain that it is truly the path you wish to tread.
Fareth thee well.
Really? Square couldn't pony up the money for voice acting for the final quest?
Here and now!
Oh. Looks like we got a Mega Man style boss rush. You know, that is something that I did not do, is I did not buy enough items to get rid of status effects.
Take this!
It's my turn now! Feel the power!
The battle is truly joined.
My turn now. Oh, stars, fill us with power!
I don't know that it was the first game to do it, but it was probably the first popular game to do the boss rush.
Out of my way!
It's my turn now! Wind! Well then. I'll not be defeated. It's my turn now. I summon Battle Guard.
The battle is truly joined. When Windhail fight with us!
I'm ready. Are you Ignis Art?
Now then, fierce. With each battle, I grow stronger.
One down.
Now, let's get down
I don't even remember who you are.
Feel the power!
My turn. Elemental push.
Victory shall be mine. Out of my way.
I'll not be defeated. Oh, stars, fill us with power!
Out of my way. Ignis Arctic.
I'll do my best. Molested stars, pierce our foes. What to do? Wind!
Have at you.
My turn now. Molested stars, pierce our foes.
My turn. I'm ready. Are you? Just closet.
Oh crap, that was supposed to be fire, not ice.
Here I go!
He doesn't have bonuses for ice, that's Cyrus.
I summon Battle
Victory shall be mine. Windhill fight with us. The battle is truly joined. Watch my blade dance. The thrill of the fight.
Diary of Graham Crossford, Part the Second. All hope was lost, my beloved was gone forever. I'd finally finished the elixir, but it was too late. Mere days too late. My one true love had drawn her last breath just as I was racing back to her side, medicine in hand and heart filled with renewed hope. For 3 days and 3 nights I lost myself in tears, a river of tears too deep and raging for me to ford my way across it. It was after the funeral that the woman found me. Lie Black, she called herself. In the depths of my anguish, my life bereft of all meaning, she asked me a simple question, terrible in its implications. Wouldn't you like to see your beloved once more? That insidious offer, a mere whisper in the wind, took hold of me. Try as I might, I could not close my ears to it. If it would mean seeing my love even once more, then I would give my very life without regret. Lie Black spoke of the gate of Finis, which sparks this world from the next, separates this world from the next. If I could find it and cast it open, it could bring my beloved back to my side. I had heard the legends before, of course, but for the first time I found myself desperate to believe in them. Begging the help of one of Kit's companions, I set out on the southeast. It was a fool's journey, but what else remained to me but a fool's hope? On my way, I passed through the village of Clearbrook. There I came across a young boy stricken with illness and lingering just outside death's door. Convulsions racked his small frame and his skin was mottled with a purplish pox. I recognized the symptoms at once. How could I not? It was the same foul malady that stole my beloved from me. I felt the touch of fate in this meeting. Though I had not been in time to save my true love, I still carried the elixir I had labored so long to create. A remedy that could do nothing for her now. There was no doubt in my mind what I must do, and so I treated the boy with my medicine. When I looked at the boy's face, finally at peace and in calm repose, I saw my beloved again, and in her gentle eyes I found forgiveness. I hope I can do that too someday. Such were the boy's words to me when he was strong enough to speak again. He told me that he wished to follow in my footsteps and become a great apothecary. His words were a reward I never expected. In that moment I felt as though my journey was perhaps not a fool's one after all. I left what remained of the elixir and the rest of my medicines behind with the boy, and I set out once more, turning my feet again to the gate of Finis. Little did I know that I was making the greatest mistake of my life. Okay, I didn't notice this one dropped the first time. From the diary of Lord Geoffrey Azelhart. I kept my faith, I stayed true to my convictions until the end. Several years before my death, a shadow fell upon my dear noble court, a shadow known as the Obsidians. They brought with them sweet words and false promises, but I would not lend them my ear. Once they came to understand that I would not be swayed to their way of thinking, they came after my life time and again. I would not allow myself to be daunted. I dug deeper into the truth to uncover their intentions, their ties, and the mastermind behind their villainy. And my search eventually led me to the gates of Finis. In the end, I was murdered by the men who caught wind of my discoveries, yet I do not regret my actions. I lived true to the words of my house, and I did all that I could for the sake of my people. My sole regret is that I had left Primrose alone to pick up the pieces of this broken life I left behind. My precious daughter should not have to bear such a burden on her shoulders. Primrose, you stood before my grave and told me, did you not, that you had lived true to what I had taught you. You are strong, my daughter. You found your own cause and purpose, and the purpose you found was the continuation of my very own. You carried on in my footsteps and finished what I started. My dear Primrose, when I think of how much you have suffered all alone, all I can do is beg you to forgive me. Now the time has come for you to lay down your burden and rest. It's time you forget about me and find happiness. A happiness of your own this time, for I'll always be with you. Geoffrey Azelhart. Okay, so I'm guessing this boss rush and all the little diaries that they leave behind is how they're gonna tie all the characters to this event that's happening now. This one is... Who is this? Oh, okay, this is Darius. This is Therion's.
Elemental.
The battle is true.
Well then. Electric shot! Pierce our foes! My turn now! Feel the power!
The battle is truly joy.
Well, it also doesn't help that I kind of murdered all of them really quick. That, you know,
My turn.
the purple, like the purplish outline doesn't really... Like, if I had seen this guy's red hair, I would have immediately remembered that he was Darius from Therion's, but everything's just a purple mess. So, can't really tell.
I see.
Wind!
don't want to break any yet.
You will not.
Out of my way. Let's do this. Ignis Arctic.
Victory shall be mine. When he'll fight with us.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's just that, like this guy and the boss that I fought before him, I mean, since they're all purple, they almost look like the same character, just that one has a sword and the other one had 2 spears. So I have to try to remember, okay, who was in that particular pose when we fought them. Like I said, if you could see more detail, like the color of their hair and like a better look at what they're wearing and everybody else, it'd be easier to place them, but they're just a big purple blob.
I summon Battle God. You got more than you bargained for.
From the records of House Ravis. From the time of my first memories, I recall my father lecturing me on the origins of our house, and what it meant to be the head of House Ravis, and on what it was I must give my life to protect. My father had heard the same from his father, and his father from his father before him. The House of Ravis is blessed with many treasures, and many who covet them. To one born into the House of Ravis, such things are natural and given as blue of the sky above us. We are blessed with great treasures, and it is our duty to protect those treasures from those who would use them for ill. And among all the treasures there were none greater than the Dragon Stones. The Dragon Stones were bestowed upon the first Lord of Ravis by the legendary King Beowulf I of Hornsburg, and they have been passed down in our family ever since. The stones are said to have come from a land far to the east, and they are worth far more than their weight in gold, but that is not where their true value lies. A power sleeps within them, and it makes them valuable beyond mortal comprehension. For the name Dragonstone is no simple fancy. The stones house the power of the great worms whose names they bear. It is said that the great sorcerer Odin Crossford used the power of the Dragonstones to seal shut the Gate of Finis. Crossford had campaigned together with King Beowulf and aided him in the founding of Hornburg. My father, when he was still with us, once told me this: "Power in itself is neither good or evil. It is the man who wields the blade who decides whether he fights for good or evil." That is why King Beowulf entrusted the stones to the man he trusted above all others, the loyal knight who would become the first lord of House Ravis. Great power can bring about boundless good or unfathomable evil. It is the duty of our house to keep the Dragonstones safe and protect them from those who would wield them for dark ends. Yet given enough time, great power will always awaken a hunger in others who would claim it for themselves. Once the Dragonstones came to House Ravis, there was no end to those who lusted after them, not to mention many other riches. Even kith and kin cannot be trusted to stand against such temptation. Once, a rumor reached my ears that suspicious parties were inquiring into the whereabouts of the stones at the behest of my own relatives. It may be that those who sabotaged the carriage my wife and I were riding in did so at the bidding of my own blood. Oh, my poor Cordelia, what is to become of you? You are too gentle to ever doubt another. I fear that many will draw near you, cloaked in the guise of kindness, and seek to deceive you. Cordelia, I can protect you no longer. No matter how I try to call out, my voice cannot reach you on the other side. Yet this I hope you know. Though a time may come when you are betrayed by one you trust, I believe your heart will not falter. You will not lose your faith in people, and this is for the best. For there are those truly worthy of your unwavering trust, and you will find them and keep them close at your side. I hold on to such faith, and I was rewarded with a loyal companion worth 1,000 other men. Heathcote has been true to me in all things. Surely such a friend will also appear before you, one worthy of your faith. And so I beg of you, Cordelia, never stop believing in others, for it is this faith that will save you in the end. And Therion is her protector now, even though he'd probably never admit it. Also, not all of these are the final bosses. Like the one for Alphen, the guy with the 2 spears, that was like his chapter 3 boss. Because his chapter 4 boss was the, like the big bird that he got the feather from to save Ogun. And this is Hanet's chapter 3 boss. Because her chapter 4 boss was Red Eye. But in order to get the potion to not be petrified by Red Eye, she had to beat the dragon. So these aren't even all of their chapter 4 bosses. Some of these are from their chapter 3s.
Ignis Arctic.
Victory shall be mine.
I'll not be defeated. My lightning star, pierce our foes.
Okay, so far it's weak to light, and that's about it.
Feel the power.
Now then.
Okay.
What to do? Light. Let's do this. I summon Battle Guard.
The battle is truly joined. Windhill fight with us.
Let's do this.
Out of my way. Ignis Arctic.
Have at you. Now then.
My turn now.
My turn. Where's the nearest tavern?
Diary of Graham Crossford, Part the Third. How could I have been so wrong? All I thought of was bringing my beloved back to the world of the living. When Liblack told me such a thing could be done, I was all too willing to swallow her pretty words. The moment that I arrived before the gate, I felt a finger of ice run along my spine. Even if my mind had been too slow to recognize it, my very body was repelled by that gate, or more precisely by what lay beyond it. While I struggled to catch my breath, Liblack sketched out a magic circle on the ground with practiced ease. As she traced each twisted line and rune, her hand never faltered. How many times must she have prepared for this moment in her heart of hearts? It was at that moment that I realized just how she had longed for this moment, how fiercely she desired to see the dark ritual to completion. Only by this ritual may the gate be opened. It will not be pleasant for you, but you must bear it if you wish to see your beloved once more. So Lilac spoke to me as she led to the center of the magic circle. As she began the ritual, the first thing I felt was a great pain that struck my entire body at once. It was followed by a strange sensation like nothing I had ever experienced. I felt myself stretching and swelling from the inside out. From the corner of my eye, I saw my own hand changing into something foreign and awful. And then, the fear. Lilac watched my transformation with a glow in her eye. It was then I knew this ritual was not intended to open the gate and bring my wife back to me. Yes, I know what truly lies beyond the gate of Finis. That horror is what Lilac sought to bring back to our world, and I was to be the vessel. I'd be lying if I said I had no idea this was coming. Try to get some sleep, Irby. The VODs will always be there so you can watch it later if you want. My conversations with Lilac had led me to suspect that this ritual would not work for just anyone. It seemed that she needed my blood, the blood of House Crossford, descended from an ancient line of sorcerers. That is why I must be the one to prevent her plan from succeeding. For if I fail, she would only turn her sights on my dear Kit. No, that I cannot allow. So while I realized before the end what Lilac intended, I continued to accompany her in her aims so that I could see the truth for the ritual for myself, and foil it however I could. Little did I know that I was dealing with a power far, far beyond any mortal's control or conception. I felt my own sense of self growing faint and distant, and something else entirely filling me. I resisted it with all I had, but that presence, to that thing, a being like myself, a fragile human spirit, could be crushed as easily as an insect beneath your heel. Then, just before my mind was completely consumed by the darkness, I saw the smiling faces of my wife and son one last time. I screamed. The memory of my wife gave me the power to resist at that last critical moment. I imagine Lilac herself did not think I would ever strike back at her, but I had already grown far stronger than I had been as a man. And when I only managed to land a single blow to her, it cut her deep. She staggered back and the ritual was interrupted. This is my chance. All I need to do is chase after her as she flees and cut her evil at the root, bringing everything to an end. That is what I must do, but where am I going? Why am I'm turning into something else? Something less and less human. So I wander the land without aim. There are periods of time I cannot remember. I come back to myself surrounded by destruction. No memories, but I know it was me. These blackouts grow more frequent. They come for me now. No, stay your hand. I am no monster. I am a man. I am a man. So I guess I am to assume that Graham Crossford was something hunted? Maybe Red Eye?
You ready for this?
Okay, this is Ophelia's. That's the sovereign guy.
My turn. Elemental push.
Victory shall...
It's my turn now. Wind.
battle is truly joy.
I'll not be defeated. Molesting star. Here's our foes. Let's do this.
Holy crap. Okay, it was definitely a good idea to put surpassing power on her. The fucking pursuit attack almost did 50,000.
Ignis Arctic.
The battle is truly joy. Windhill, fight with us! With each battle, I grow stronger.
In the Diary of Matthias, prophet of the accursed flame. Once I too believed in the teaching of the sacred flame. I led the people in its light as a servant of the church. No one could have doubted that I was anything but a pious believer in those days. And when I look back upon it now, it all seems so painfully foolish. When was it that I first began to doubt the flame? Perhaps it was after I met Black. But no, that was but the catalyst to what was already growing within me. Even before Black appeared, those feelings had taken root in my heart. The small village whose church I had been appointed to was destroyed in a conflagration started by a capricious strike of lightning. The flame spread before we even knew what was happening. Before we knew it, we were engulfed in hell's fire. Countless were lost to the flames, even the innocent young children who I'd loved so dearly. They had committed no sins. They did not deserve to have their flesh seared and their bones turned to ash. So I prayed to the flame. I prayed and prayed that their lives would be spared. Fool that I was, even after they were dead and gone, I believed that if I prayed hard enough they might return to us, that a miracle might occur. And so I offered up every scrap of faith that I had, until at long last I realized the truth. Believing in the sacred flame and praying to it would not bring about a miracle. And if my faith could not bring me and those I loved succor in our time of greatest need, then it was worthless. It did not matter to me if the power I needed was forbidden. I would use that power for the force of good and bring about miracles. That was the true faith to which my eyes were finally open. It was not something I had been tricked into by another. I had reached enlightenment. It was only fitting that such a revelation came to me, the one true Savior. While Black may not have been responsible for my enlightenment, I am still grateful to her. After all, she is the one who granted me the blessing of 100 years free from aging. The dark secrets written in that tome can allow a man to cheat death, and I owe her a debt for sharing them with me. I gained eternal life, or close enough, as a true savior should. I then took it upon myself as my duty to save as many people as I could with the power granted to me. And so I set out to kindle a darker flame in our realm. If the sacred flame could be weakened, yet more of Galdera's accursed power would seep through the gate of Finis, and I would be able to claim even greater strength for myself. I hid myself away from those in the church who wished to stop me, but the long march of time was my ally. It wore away the lives and the memories of any and all who once knew me, till it was as if my face had been washed away like words written in the sand. None who still live would remember me as an apostate of the church. With enough leaves, all things are possible. Even obtaining a new name is little challenge. So I worked my way back into the church's graces as the traitor Matthias. Even the venerable Archbishop Joseph did not suspect me for a moment. Every step of the way, fate has shown me that I am in the right. I was able to uncover Galdera's altar because I am right. I was able to use a fragment of Galdera's power to bring about a miracle because I am right. I could become the savior of Whispermill and command its people to do my wishes because I am right. With Simeon as an ally, I never wanted for money nor power. The Obsidians served me well, whether they knew it or not. Simeon claimed never to have spoken to me to the others. I know not if he meant to use me as a secret weapon against the others if need ever arose, or if it was simply that he did not trust me, but it hardly mattered. After laboring for so many decades, the time had come at last. I had succeeded in debilitating Archbishop Joseph with the poison the Obsidians had provided me. It was a beautiful poison. No one would ever suspect it was anything but a natural death. All that remained for me to do was cast a dark shadow on the heart of Liana, the next flame bearer, and the sacred flame would soon burn black. That is what was meant to be. That is what was about to be. But no. Damn it all to the farthest reaches of hell. The culmination of all I had worked for was mere inches away. So close I could feel the kiss of the accursed flame. And instead it was all snatched away. That fire snuffed out to leave me in utter darkness and despair. I am the savior. I was meant to bring Galdera's flame to the world. Why should I be left in this black hell? It is dark in here. The blackness. It is all-consuming. Darker than 1,000 starless nights. Please, someone, anyone, bring me some light. So... Ophelia's final boss and Primrose's final boss were working together. Honestly, I know a lot of people probably never saw, or never, did this. They just did the chapters up to 4 and stopped. It probably, in hindsight, obviously, probably would have been better if they at least hinted at some more of these connections during the stories, rather than waiting till the very end to be like, haha, it's all connected. You didn't realize it, but it's all connected together. Because like I said, this is... The end of the game is quite literally a side quest. If you don't talk to the right people, you'll never even get any indication that this is up next. This isn't like the end of the game. You have to seek it out. But we have 3 more of these mini-boss fights, and then I'm guessing we can probably fight the big guy after this, but it's middle of the stream, so I'm gonna go ahead and go on my break. I'll be back in 5, and then we'll continue. Back.
Let's get this over.
Victory shall be mine.
I think this is Cyrus? But once again, it's not his chapter 4. I think it's his chapter 3. I think this is the dean of the school when he transforms.
I will cut you down.
Ignis Arctic.
Here I go! Wind! I will not be defeated! Electric star! Here's our foes!
Victory shall be mine.
I'll do my best! Electric star! Here's our foes! My turn now! I'll do my best. Electric star.
Victory shall be mine. My blade is on. Windhill fight with us.
Out of my way. Let's do this. Ignis Arctic.
Let's do this. Won't hold back. I summon Battle Guard.
Now then. Fierce. The thrill of the fight.
Honestly, the one that's surprising me is Tressa as the Rune Lord. Granted, her super attack does about the same as his super attack as War Master, but when she has the Wind Rune on, just even on normal attacks, she hits for like almost as much as a super. Like that one fight, she just did a normal hit for a couple of thousand, and then the pursuit attack afterwards hit for like 46,000. And that was just like a normal attack, not a super. From the Diary of Headmaster Yvonne of the Royal Academy. It was 15 years ago when I first learned of that tome. The headmaster's chair was but a dream to me in those days, when my prize student Lucia brought a young woman to me. The woman told me that I was the best suited person to the position of headmaster, that there was no knowledge, no position that should be off limits to a man of my ability. And so she taught me many things, one being the existence of ancient tomes containing the long-forgotten secrets of old. There are several volumes of forbidden writings in Atlas Dam's great libraries, and no eyes but the headmasters are allowed to look upon them. The tome in question is one of these. It is the last extant track of the legendary sage known as Salomon, whose name lives on in history through the land of his birth, the kingdom of Bernstein, has long since been forgotten. Long has it been said that he who can decipher its true meaning will obtain power over even life and death. The current headmaster is not worthy of such knowledge. What he lacks in intellect only pales to what he lacks in character. I cannot depend on him. I would depend on you. She wished to decipher the secrets of the tome and share its knowledge with the worthy alone. Thus a great scholar was needed, one who would be able to fully understand the arcane truths within the tome. A doddering fool who now serves as headmaster could never do such a thing, but a genius such as you, Yvonne? Surely you, of all scholars in the realm, are up to the task. Yes, that was how she persuaded me. It was true that I bore little resemblance to the former headmaster, who was interested in nothing but his studies, and whose only praiseworthy trait was his tenacity in that single-minded pursuit. But I was different. I knew that knowledge was worth its weight in gold, and more critically, my intellect far outstripped his. How could the idiots around me fail to realize this? This woman told me that the then headmaster holding a lofty office had done so little to deserve what was tantamount to sin, and I agreed. When she asked me if I could remove him, I assured her that it would be the simplest of tasks, and so I had him assassinated just as she wished, leaving not a trace of evidence behind to incriminate myself. Shortly after, I ascended to the headmaster's seat in his place. I encountered the strange woman only once more after that day. When I reported to her that I had murdered the former headmaster, she flashed a chilling smile and simply replied, "So you did." Then she walked away, never again to appear before me. Perhaps removing that man was all she wanted of me after all, I thought. It was no matter. The tome was in my grasp, and I immediately set myself to uncovering its secrets. All the rumors I had heard were true. It was a work of staggering genius. With Lucia as my assistant, it was able to obtain the other rare and ancient texts from that woman, even if I never saw her again. Yes, everything was going just as I had planned, and power beyond the imagination was finally within my reach. How did it all come to this? Damn that accursed Lucia. Damn that heartless, conniving witch. How did I not see? She meant to use me from the very start. I was the one who unlocked the secrets. I who constructed the basic theories of how to effectively control life and death, and as soon as I had done that, she had no more need for me. That was why she gave me the flawed blood crystal and led Cyrus right to me, so that she could dispose of me without dirtying her own hands. You despicable, loathsome, hateful woman. Death has not cooled my fury, but only fueled it to greater heights. Curse you. Curse you and that unholy witch you brought to my side. May the deceitful Lucia burn for all eternity. May the foul witch Lieblack be banished beyond the farthest reaches of hell. I think he a little mad.
Let's do this!
Was this Tressa's?
Wind!
My turn. Ignis Arctic.
Now then.
Well then. Electric shock! Pierce our foes!
Yeah, because if this is Tressa's, this is definitely not her chapter 4, because her chapter 4 was that, like, female spy or whatever that tried to steal the book.
Ignis Arctic.
Electric shock! Pierce our foes! My turn now!
See, look at that.
Victory shall be
That's
mine.
just a normal attack with the Wind Rune on. The Wind Rune does 33,000.
Fierce.
Out of my way. Are you Ignis Arctic?
Like her max damage, her super move is about the same as the War Master, but the damage that she can put out in just normal turns is way higher.
Prepare yourself! Stayora, Star Wars, look upon us! Here I go! I summon Valguard!
Victory shall be mine. When he'll fight with us. With each battle, I grow stronger.
From the Diary of Graham Crossford, Part the First. Grave tidings reached me while I was passing through Victor's Hollow in my travels. My beloved's condition had worsened. I knew my journey must... Was I supposed to start on this floor and then work my way down to the bottom ones? Because on the bottom ones they had Graham Crossford 2 and 3. I think I was supposed to do these up here first. Hey Jigs, how you doing? It's okay, we're gonna be finishing it today. I made up my mind to sail across the verdant deep. The final ingredient I was required was a pinion of an ogre eagle, the most fearsome beast of the sky. They are said to make their home in the forest of Rube, beyond the vast Emerald Sea. When I arrived at the harbor, there was only one ship to be found. It was a grand one, no mistaking that, but the captain was none other than Leon Bastral. I recognized him at once, of course. Who could travel these lands without hearing a tale or 10 of that dread pirate captain? The very mention of whose names would set even the bravest sailor's heart pounding and palms sweating. Yet I found the man himself to be quite different from the one spoken of in legend. Captain Leon Bastral stood at the helm of a merchant trader, which was preparing to hoist sail at the very moment I came upon him. I told him of my haste and implored that he let me aboard. "Afraid I don't just let anyone aboard my ship," he told me, and I felt as though I were being put to some kind of test. It was clear this was a man who did not easily place trust in others. My coin purse as impoverished as my hopes, I helped out the only thing of value I could afford, my journal. "This is the most valuable of my possessions," I explained. "Within it you will find a record of every region of this vast continent, every town I have visited, and every path I have tread. Surely such knowledge is worth the trouble of having one more body aboard your ship for this voyage." After all, what need had I of such a log then? My journey was nearly over. All that remained was to obtain the final ingredient and hasten home to my beloved's side. Captain Leon gave a boisterous laugh and gestured me onto his ship with a grin. "You'd have me believe the leaves of that old book are more valuable than the leaves in my coffers? You must have had quite the journey. Wouldn't mind hearing about it, as you swabbed my decks." As his ship tossed about in the stormy sea, my thoughts drifted ahead of the winds to where my wife awaited me. I could see her face in my mind so clearly that it felt as though it was only minutes ago that we parted, not countless moons. And I prayed that the flame would guide me back to her while that gentle smile still graced her lips. "It's almost finished at last, my love. Pray wait for me just a little longer." I know not what has become of my journal since I parted ways with Captain Leon, but looking back I am relieved that it left my hands when it did. Surely it is better than my final entry ended with some traces of hope, rather than the bitter pain I would eventually find at journey's end.
I will not fail.
Okay, this is all bricks. I remember this one. because I made such a joke of the fact that he was riding a horse inside like his hall, his throne room.
Ignis Arctic.
Have at you.
Here I go! Wind! Well then. Molecular charge! Pierce our foes!
Oh, and he's weak to wind. Tressa's gonna rip him a new asshole.
What to do?
Out of my way.
Yeah, we can go ahead and drop him now.
Victory shall be mine.
Well then. Molecular charge! Pierce our foes!
The battle is truly joy. I play in Windhailed fight with us.
My turn. Let's do Ignis Arctic.
I'll not be defeated. Here I go! Aurora, Star Wars, look upon us.
Yeah, I need to put surpassing power on her. Because since it only hits once, it definitely is going to be a big hit. I have no idea how much it actually hits for.
Time to close up shop.
Records of Lord Werner of Riverford. Hornburg will fall. I still remember her smile as she said the words. It was a score of years ago now, perhaps more. Simple sellsword I was then, yet she came to me with a sack full of leaves and dark promise in her eyes. She knew as well as I did that I had far greater aspirations than selling my sword for coin, but coin would have to be a start, and what a start she offered me. Not only the leaves to free me from another man's employ, but as much as I asked for to invest in my plot and establish the connections I would need. The life I'd always dreamed of was finally in my grasp. I could use her. I could use her to get all that I'd ever wanted, or so I thought. And so I took the girl up on her offer and began my plot to bring down an entire kingdom. I would need men if I were to accomplish anything, so I created my own sellsword company, the Black Brotherhood I called them. I spent 3 years doing nothing but gathering information on Hornburg. Then, using what I had learned, I began to systematically remove any obstacles that might stand in my path. I used the girl's connections to make my company of sellswords very much in demand in Hornburg. I took the worst of the lot, those with no scruples and nowhere else to go, and made them out to be the bandits and thieves. I sent these villains to attacking the borders of Hornburg, and then my Black Brotherhood would turn them back. It was quite the performance. Other armies didn't stand a chance at beating us to the site of each battle. Skirmishes all took place far from the heart of Hornburg. We knew ahead of time exactly where they would happen, since the foes we faced in those battles were in fact our own men. It was an easy feat to give the appearance of a crushing defeat. Through this farce, the Black Brotherhood won the hearts of the people living in these borderlands. Ingraining myself with the families of these borderlands, I used their introductions to buy trust among many powerful houses of Hornburg. The tales of the Black Brotherhood spread throughout the realm by then, and I used that woman's money freely to strengthen my ties to powerful men within Hornburg and without. Still, King Alfred was well beloved by his people and his bannermen. It would be no small feat to win their hearts away from him, in which case things would become much easier if he was simply not in the picture. Hornburg would not last long without the people's love for their liege binding them together. And so my eyes landed upon Earhart, who had a bitter hatred of the king within him. I had him appointed as a member of the king's own guard, so that he could be in the perfect position to do the deed. All that remained to be done was to give Earhart the chance that he was all too eager to seize. Mixing lies and truth, I lit a fire among the strong young warrior I befriended. I could spout any lie and it would not have mattered. Humans care little for facts, they believe what they want to believe. In the end, it took me just 12 short years to bring Hornburg to ruin. After the kingdom fell, I decided the time had come to settle my accounts with that woman. I disbanded my company, having no more need for sellswords, and used the riches I had accumulated to buy myself the lands and status that would see me through my remaining days. To tell the honest truth, this was not easy. I could have gained even more had I remained at that woman's side. She could provide me with wealth and power beyond any human's wildest dreams. But to pursue this any further would be madness. Perhaps I was already mad to serve so long at her beck and call and bring down a kingdom. She was beautiful, there could be no doubt of that. But did I desire her even for a moment? No. For within that attractive trapping was evil, pure evil, intent on bringing humanity to ruin. If a man dared touch any part of it, his own flesh would rot and fall away. She was a lethal poison. She was a witch. And so I cut myself off from her entirely and did not look back. Funny though, is it not? In the end, I could not escape her. She brought about my ruin as surely as if she had indulged in her poisonous touch. For in the end, just as I felled Hornburg, it was Hornburg's last knight who laid me low. I just realized there's no save point in here, is there? Okay. Since there's no save, and I don't want to have to do all those eight mini bosses again, I need to see which one is the stronger one. Okay, apparently the first is easier.
You?
Quite the stubborn ones, aren't we?
Why, yes.
Where's Kit? That's a question on your lips, isn't it?
Kit.
Why, he's right there, standing before your eyes. They still couldn't put up the money for voice acting.
Just so.
The 13th god, Galdera the Fallen. He and Kit are one and the same.
The Gate of Finis.
Was created to seal Galdera beyond the boundaries of this world. And the Crossford family, you see, comes from a long and ancient line that carries the stuff of the Dark God in their veins.
But in truth,
Many years ago I led Graham, Kit's father, to this same place. I told him that by coming here he could return his beloved to the land of the living. A lie, of course, but one he was all too willing to believe.
and then...
All was proceeding according to plan, but in the end I underestimated the strength of the man's spirit.
Oh.
The ritual failed, and Graham escaped somewhere, though he hardly resembled himself anymore. This time, though, will be different. This time I will not fail.
It begins.
At long last Galdera shall rise again, and all the world will know his fury. You too have an important role to play on this historic day. Your flesh, your blood, your very soul will feed the Dark God and give him strength.
Father.
Can you hear me? Father, your daughter calls for you.
Galdera, my father.
Pray show me mercy on these poor, wretched souls. I hear you, my daughter. Father, at last we are together. My daughter, for fulfilling your fate, I bestow upon you eternal slumber. Brave souls, you too have earned the same reward. So come, let us consume all life on this world. Let us consume the gods themselves. Oh, so we're gonna have dinner and a nap. For now and eternity, there is only us. There is only Galdera.
I don't think this one will listen to reason.
Here goes nothing. Try this.
Letting the hunt begin it. Holding back nothing.
I am ready.
What is the logical course of action? Much to move.
Light.
Letting my arrow fly and true. Trying this.
Here we go. How do you like this?
I am ready. In Anakin's history.
Now the true lesson. A tempest of ice shall reign. Now, what next?
I am ready.
Be engulfed in my my arrow flying true.
All right. Try this.
Oh, is it?
All right.
I take a guess it's also weak to light.
I'm ready. Thunder! Ring out!
Coming, if thou darest.
I'm ready.
Letting the hunt beginning.
Here goes nothing. Try this.
Now, what next? My focus in a tempest of ice shall reign.
I am ready.
What next?
Here goes nothing. Let's get down to work. The best All right. The best
Alright, now we gotta figure out what the hell the other one's weak to. Spear?
I'm ready. Thunder! Ring out!
No?
What next? What next?
Great impermanence.
the land. Here we go. Try this.
I am ready.
Come in, if thou darest.
I am ready.
What is the logical course of action?
Tempest of ice shall reign.
Here goes nothing. All right. The best.
I am ready.
Be engulfed in my
Bring it on. Try this. What is the logical course of action?
Letting my arrow fly and true. Watching my blade dancing.
I am ready.
Here goes nothing. Let's get down to work. The best. Now, what next?
Letting my arrow fly and true. This will hurt.
I am ready.
What is the logical course of action?
A tempest of ice shall reign.
Letting my arrow fly and true. Come. I wreak havoc upon thee.
All right. Try this.
Come in, if thou darest.
Here goes nothing.
Alright, so no more invincibility for us.
I am ready.
What is the logical course of action? Bring it on. Let's get down to work. The best.
I am ready.
Come in, if thou darest. This will be.
Bring it on! Try this.
What next? Come. I wreak havoc upon thee.
I am ready. Flames, burn this away.
Now, what next? Ah, the tempest of ice shall reign!
Here we go. Let's get down to work. The best occupied.
I am ready.
What are the DLCs? Are they like before, where it's mostly like costumes and stuff?
Come in, if thou darest.
I am ready.
Here goes nothing. Try this.
Letting the hunt beginning.
How about this?
I am ready.
All right. All right. The best
Letting my arrow fly and true. Come. I wreak havoc upon thee.
I am ready.
Thunder! Ring out!
Here goes nothing. Try this.
Letting my arrow fly and true. Holding back nothing. I shall pierce through.
Did not notice that she ran out of MP.
Tempest of ice shall reign!
Coming, if thou darest.
Okay.
Using this.
Here we go. Let's get down to work. The best
I am ready. Flames, burn this away.
What next?
Try this.
Race in first. The line.
What's the big idea?
Interesting dilemma.
Letting my arrow fly and true. Using this.
I am ready.
Damn it.
What sauce shucks?
Oh well, it's fire.
How do you like this?
No good.
Using this. Ooh.
What's this now?
Shucks. Let's get down to work. The best line of the side.
What's this?
No good. Flames, burn this away.
What's this now?
Oh hey Nami, this is the first part of the
Letting my
final
arrow
boss.
fly and true. Holding back nothing, cowering before the huntress.
Shucks. Try this.
What's this now?
No good. Stay strong.
All right. Try this.
Coming, if thou darest.
What's this now?
daring. Come. I wreak havoc upon you.
I am ready.
Damn it. I just realized what I forgot to do. I had a shit ton of stat increasing items just sitting in my inventory, and I forgot to use them all.
An elephant's history.
All right. Bring it on. Try this.
Tempest of ice shall reign.
I am ready. Thunder! Ring out!
Come in if thou darest.
I am ready. Thunder! Ring out!
Bring it on. Try this.
Come in if thou darest.
Well, this is the final boss of the game. But in the game being weird, it is optional.
The logical course of action. How about this?
I am ready. Thunder! Ring out!
Now, what next?
Spoken tempest of ice shall reign.
What next? Come. I wreak havoc upon thee.
All right. Try this.
I am ready. An elephant's history.
Here we go. Try this.
What next? Holding back nothing. I wreak havoc upon thee.
What is the logical course of action?
A tempest of ice shall reign.
Let my arrow fly and true.
Here goes nothing. How do you like this?
I am ready. Thunder! Ring out!
Holy
Getting the
crap,
hunt
this thing has got a lot of HP.
All right. Alrighty. The best
I'm ready.
All right. Try this. What's this now?
A gift for
Shucks, that's what I'm here for. Sorry, guys.
Stay strong.
What's this now?
a gift for
What's this?
my friends. We have only begun to fight.
Come in, if thou darest. I will cut him down.
What's the big idea? Shucks. Try this.
Standing again.
Sorry.
How about this?
Sorcery. I'm sorry.
How about this? I still have so much to learn.
What the shucks? Try this.
Jesus.
So much to learn.
Fuck. Okay, so definitely gonna have to be a mix of the A and the B team. I think I might need to send Therion with that team. It's also probably gonna take an entire stream. Yeah, because unfortunately they don't let you save after doing those 8 mini bosses. I have to do all 8 of those fucking mini bosses again before I get another shot at fighting that boss, and that was only the first phase. So, I basically fucked up because I went in under the assumption that there was an easy phase and a hard phase. It's not. It looks like you need to have a mixture. Maybe send Therion and Ophelia. But then if I send Ophelia, then I won't have a healer for the other party. Alphen was actually doing pretty good, supporting, giving everybody BP and everything else. The shitty thing is that there's not even any point in me going in there again right now. Like, I've only got, like, 45 minutes. That will be enough time to maybe beat the 8 super bosses. Yeah, that's fucking dick. Like, that boss is... Like, the amount of HP that thing has, like, that'll already take forever. I don't know why. Like that boss takes so fucking long to whittle down. Like, why won't they let you save before that? Those 8, like, fighting the 8 bosses before, like, they're a joke. They're speed bumps, but they still take a while. And it doesn't even give you the option to, like, retry the fight if you die. It's just back to the last save point. Like, they literally tried to make this as time-consuming as possible. I don't know, man. That's kind of pissing me off. I'm not even sure I want to bother. I'm not even sure I want to bother with this if a loss means I'm gonna be set back like 2 fucking hours to even try again. Nah. I think I'm gonna do this off stream. Because like if they let you save before that fight, or at least continue after you die from that fight, I'd give it another shot. But if every try is gonna be like an hour of easy fights bullshit that you have to keep doing, like, I'm just gonna do this off stream. We'll start the next game tomorrow. Like, that is such horse shit that you have to go through that busy work of those 8 fights just to get another shot at it. No, it's just got an insane amount of HP. Like, it's literally there to be a huge waste of time. And like you said, you have no idea what you're in for. Unless you, like, watched a video of it prior to doing this, you have no idea what you're in for. They just ask you to make 2 teams. And I, unfortunately, went in under the assumption that it was going to be, you know, easy fight, hard fight. And it looks more like you need to have a mixture. Like 2 evenly split teams. Fuck, so should I send Therion and... Like, I should probably send Therion and Tressa to the team fighting that first form. Yeah, it's Galdera. It's the... I guess you could say it is the super boss and also the final boss of the story that's completely optional. But yeah, like, honestly, I'd have no problem devoting another stream to trying to beat it tomorrow, because all I need to do is just redo my party, like, rethink how I'm splitting my party up for those fights. That, and I didn't realize how long that fight was going to be, and I used up all 3 charges of that, the Kate that I captured with Honnet. Had I known better, I would have saved those for that end portion where everything is out and trying to murder you at the same time. And that's what I'm saying. These are all things that you wouldn't know until you fought it once. But if you lose to it, you're kicked back 2 hours. I know, I'm pissed off at how much time you're wasting. Like, if there was a save right before that boss where he'd be like, okay, I know what I did wrong. Let me just change the composition of the parties like this, give it another try. That would be fine, but no, they kick you all the way back out here, so you have to fight the 8 jobber bosses that don't even put up a fight beforehand just to get another shot at it. And I don't want to do that on stream where I go and then I get to the second form and I die again and then back 2 hours again. Like, it's literally just designed to waste time. So yeah. I'm gonna do this off stream, I guess. I guess for anybody that looks up my stuff on YouTube, I'll try to record my successful attempt and put it there. But I'm not gonna subject the stream to having to do the same 2-hour bullshit over and over again. So I'm probably gonna stop here for today, and tomorrow we'll pick up Kudelka. So yeah, I consider this a black mark on the game. That is really shitty game design. To boot you all the way back out here on a boss that... Yeah. Well, I did every super boss in Arise. The only one I didn't do was the gauntlet, the boss rush. And just know that when I say I'm going to do something off stream, that usually means that it pisses me off, and I may or may not decide to do it. That's code word for, this really pissed me off, and I may or may not get around to doing it. But the sad thing is, with that Tales of Arise one, I actually did do all the grinding for it. And then I just never went back to actually try the gauntlet. But... So, we'll just have to leave that as undone. Like I said, if I decide to get around to it, I'll try to record my successful attempt and put it on the YouTube channel. But now that you mention it, yeah, I had completely forgotten about Tales of Arise. The only problem is, like, I did do all the grinding for it, like everybody's max level and everything, to give it a shot. But it's been so long since I played it now, I probably don't remember my combos or anything else to be able to do it now. Like, I'd have to take a while off stream just to try to remember how to play that game before I decide to try to do that gauntlet. Either way, basically what it comes down to is I got a lot of games to play, and this boss fight is not respecting my time at all, and I'd rather just move on to another game than risk having to do the same 8 fights over and over again every time just to have another attempt at beating that boss. No, there's like it's almost like a simulator. It's like another of the post-game things. It's like a simulator where it takes you through like every boss in the game, sometimes 2 or 3 at a time. And then there's supposed to be like a big secret boss at the end. I know who it is, but I won't say. And that's supposed to be like the hardest thing in the game. And I did it, and I think I want to say a little over half or 3/4 into it the first time. And then once again, I was going to have to level up farther to be able to do it and buy a whole bunch more items, which also means I needed to grind for money. So the grind time, in addition to the time it actually takes, because that's another one where it's a long series of fights. And once again, it comes down to time. Like, a lot of times when I give up on things like this, it literally is that. It's time. I don't want to put in the time to basically bash my head against a wall until it actually works. Like I said, if this had a save right before that boss, I'd give it 3 or 4, possibly 5 tries to see if I could do it. But there's an hour worth of little fights that pose no challenge that you have to do just to be able to get another chance at it. Yeah, and that was a money issue at the time, if I remember correctly. Like, I did all that, but it was a money issue that I had to grind for. That, and in doing so, I think I got everybody to level 99. But Yeah, so I guess if we can consider this game a marathon, then I'm that guy that like got heat stroke and fainted like 20 feet from the finish line that was in the news like about 5 years ago, 10 years ago, somewhere around there. But yeah, so as far as for the Twitch channel for streaming, this will be the end. We're done here. I may or may not continue to give it another try off stream, and like I said, if I do, I'll try to make sure the record button is going and post up the one that I succeed at. Or I may just like no, I won't. I was about to say I may like once I get a strategy down that I know will work, I'll come back to it on like a Sunday and do it, but no, I don't want to, because again, that still involves having to kill all those 8 guys beforehand, and then however long this fight takes, because even just first phase was taking like forever, and I had it just under half HP, so that fight is just designed to take like an hour. Yeah, so I'm not going to waste any stream. I don't think I'm going to waste any more stream time on that. So yeah, I'll try to get it recorded and then see if I can put it up on YouTube. If I do, but no promises. So, tomorrow we will be starting Kudelka, which is the very first and only game in the Shadow Hearts franchise that I haven't played. No, I didn't reach phase 2. Like, I was like, it still had like 185,000 HP left out of the 500,000. It just, like, once it brought out everything and it just started murdering everybody left and right. Well, it's the end of this game being streamed. Like I said, no promises, but if I do decide to try to kill that thing, I'll just have it being recorded, and if I'm successful, I'll put it on YouTube, or I may just decide, stop here. Because honestly, even then, if like I was saying it while I was reading the stories after killing the 8 mini bosses before it, when you're doing the 4 chapters for all the characters, there's almost zero indication that the stories are connected at all. And then once you do this post-game quest at the end, it's just like, haha, it's all connected, and here's how all of you are connected to this thing that's happening. And also the fact that it's that, it's that final boss out of nowhere trope. Like, up until that point, because it's one of those things that you see people on forums talk about a lot, like, are there any JRPGs where you're not killing God and saving the world? And up until you do that quest, that's literally what this game is. Everybody has their own story. None of them involve a world-ending event. They're all personal to varying degrees, but they're all very personal stories that end, and then all of a sudden it's just, out of left field, kill this god. So I almost feel like the narrative is more unique if you don't do that. No, because I had said it's the end of this game on Twitch for me. Yeah, no, I'm still going to be streaming. But yeah, so I'm basically just, since we had about 45 minutes left before I normally end, I basically just figure out kill time and chat however much you guys can put up with before I decide to end. But yeah, that was a real kick in the pants. Like, I was already kind of worried by the fact that there was no save point anywhere, but I at least thought that it would be, if you die, it would give you the chance to start that fight over again and try it out again. Like, I may even have been able to get through that had I just waited till all 4 of those things to pop out to use any of the charges of the Chubby Kate on it. Like, just saving the invincibility and everything for the back half of the fight. Not really. Especially since I don't really keep up with too much Nintendo stuff. Like, I don't know if anybody's been announced. I don't know if there's any companies that have been announced to show. Honestly, at either one. Like, that State of Play just kind of came out of nowhere, too. So anything I say would just be, like, complete left field guess. So all it says is tune in for Nintendo Direct live stream featuring roughly 40 minutes of information, mostly focused on Nintendo Switch games launching this winter. I mean, even the ones that are already announced, that's, especially if we're counting like Square Enix and all that, that's a crap ton of games. I don't know, maybe they'll no, because it said it's only stuff releasing in the winter. I was about to say maybe they'll show something from Breath of the Wild 2, but that's definitely not coming out in winter. I don't know. I can't think of anything new or like anything unannounced. Because that's the thing. They're going to be talking about stuff coming out in winter, and we already like stuff that like we already have so many games scheduled to come out in winter. Yeah, that's true. We haven't heard anything about Dragon Quest III remake in a while. That they could mention it. There's also the Front Mission remake that we haven't heard anything about in a while. Yeah, I had actually seen that before. They had talked about that in a previous Nintendo Direct, but it was only on the Japanese side. Like, the English Japanese Direct didn't have it in there. I guess I don't know, maybe they didn't have an English publisher at the time and they didn't want to talk about it. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. It was already on the last Nintendo Direct, or maybe the one before that. But it was only the Japanese side. They didn't put it into the English version. And then Advance Wars, I mean, I guess it depends if they think everybody's forgotten about the war in Ukraine, because that was supposedly the reason why they haven't released it yet, was they didn't want it to have bad press or something because of the war in Ukraine. Which, I think we had brought this up before, where, I mean, I think as Ed Ragnar had said before, like, I'm pretty sure the people in Ukraine have bigger things to worry about than a video game. And if they're worried about it reminding people of it, that might actually be a good thing, because people seem to keep forgetting that it's still going on. There was that whole thing I mentioned earlier before about the one of the voice actors from the Suikoden game, and then them re-trademarking Suikoden, that Konami might do some kind of announcement, but I'm pretty sure that rumor was for TGS. So I don't know if that'll be in the Nintendo Direct. So yeah, I honestly don't know. Because I'm also trying to think what Nintendo staple game they haven't put out yet. Because it's always like a Mario game, a Smash game, a Zelda game, a kart racer, Mario Party. Like there's always like a short list of games that you can always expect with every with every system that they put out. I don't know though. Would they release like another Fire Emblem so close to the Fire Emblem Warriors game coming out? I don't know that they'd bring it out so quickly afterwards, or if they'd wait a little bit. I think someone had said what time coming out. So the Nintendo one is in like 3.5 hours. It's not going to be that long till we find out. Yeah. But that's what I'm saying. That's like I have no idea what'll be in the remake. And I'm pretty sure the state of play, I don't know. I have a feeling that the state of play is probably not going to have anything that'll interest me. Except maybe maybe they might show some more of like God of War Ragnarok. But even then, I still haven't played the PS4 God of War yet. Are they? Are they going to remake those again? Hasn't Wind Waker already been remade a couple of times? Am I thinking of something else? I mean, yeah, but it's Konami. And that's always the problem with Konami, is that they don't really seem to care about making good games anymore. If they do make a new game, it's usually just a rush job to capitalize on the title. That's a lot of hopium, because A, you have to have hopium that they're going to make it, and B, you have to have hopium that they're actually going to give a shit about it. Yeah. I mean, honestly, I hope so too, but I just have a feeling that State of Play is going to be mostly genres that I personally don't really care about. Like, I don't know. Like Nintendo tends to do that. Like, they seem to be happy doing their own thing, so like anything they're going to put out, I'm pretty sure it would be during a direct. I feel like Sony still would save most of their Japanese games for TGS. And like I said, outside of maybe God of War, I don't think too many of their other games would probably be that much interest to me. And I'm still just going off of secondhand news of what everybody said about the first God of War. I still haven't played it. It's something we do. We do our daily look at the Penny Blood and Armed Fantasia Kickstarter before I go. Because they did their, second Mechanics Monday. They also updated the stretch goals. So yeah, Penny Blood got the dog races, so we will get to see that new character Luca, who hasn't been stated, but I assume is a werewolf racing in it. That's what it says here. Luca will be able to personally enter as a mini wolf to earn new abilities. And they also got a music-related one too over here, where they're going to add more chanting to the music. Armed Fantasia, its next one with the costume change system, and still up with the one after that is adding more whistling to the music, and then after that they get more gadgets for like the dungeon and everything. They're still just slightly away from double their original goal. They're at 199 million yen. 199,814,000. Like, I've honestly stopped looking at this number because this number fluctuates constantly with this number because of the value of the yen going all over the place. So I just check there for the actual in yen how much they've received. They do some. I read this earlier. They do some talking about the battle system for Armed Fantasia. Basically, this is the encounter. It's kind of like the system they used in Wild Arms 2. You know, the exclamation point pops up. You can hit the button to cancel it. If you don't hit anything, you have a fight. And they've added. I don't remember this being a part of it, but if you double click the button associated with it, you go into battle, but you have like some kind of boost, like extra experience or, you know, some other boost to it. And then of course the super moves, which it looks like the super moves can you know, jump in turn order, I guess, kind of like they do in the Trails games. And there's 3 levels to the super, the force gauge. And like 1 will be 1 person doing a super, 2 will be 2 people doing a tandem super, and I'm guessing they don't specifically say it, but 3 will probably be all 3 characters. And then for Penny Blood, they basically just talk about. I did like in here where the guy basically says, or was it? He basically said that he designed this as being the first fusion monster, the Knight. And then right after he designed it, he watched Moon Knight, the Disney Plus series Moon Knight, and realized that it was basically the same thing. So they added a mask and changed some other stuff. I don't know about the QTEs. Like, it's basically like if your characters are attacking in a row, it'll be an animation of them all attacking, you know, in tandem, like a team attack. And the enemies can do the same thing, which is why you use your supers to break in so that not too many of them can attack you at the same time. And they have kind of like a sketch of like a 2-person super, like a storyboard. But yeah, he basically said that they had to make alterations to it because when it looked almost exactly like Moon Knight on his first iteration of it, so they added the mask and some other stuff. And then since the first stretch goal for it, I assume had they not hit the stretch goal, that was going to be the only one. But now that they've hit that since they had already hit that first stretch goal, where they were going to have, I think, like 7 of them, like 1 for every element, they have another guy designing the rest. To which he said that he wants the rest of the knights, which they're basically called, they're supposed to be called like mythical knights that they're based on. He didn't want them all to look, you know, good. He wanted some of them to look creepy or possibly evil. So this is the first one that he's made. It's the fire one. And all different portions. Couple of enemy designs. Which this one already sounds like a boss. Because apparently she is an enemy that's appeared in Luca's dreams. It's pretty much it for this Monday update that they did. But yeah, guess we probably rambled enough for now. So I guess let me go ahead and give call-outs and then I'll end for today. So Ragna, Samato, Nami, Irby, Jigs. Thank you all for coming in and chatting with me while I play. And thank you to anybody else who may have been lurking and watching. It's always appreciated. Yeah, unfortunately, couldn't beat the post-game boss which honestly wasn't really the disheartening thing. The disheartening thing is how much you have to redo just to get a second attempt or a third attempt or how many it's going to be. And that's the part that I don't want to deal with, especially not on stream. Like, if it takes me 3 or 4 attempts, that's 3 or 4 attempts that you guys will have to watch me just curb stomp those 8 mini-bosses over and over and over again. And rather than do that, I'd rather just move on to another game. Like, if I'm gonna do that and have to keep doing the same thing over and over again, much like grinding, I would rather do it while I'm, like, watching a movie or TV show or something. Like I said, whenever I do it, I'll leave OBS on to record, and if I beat it, I'll try to put it up on YouTube. But yeah, I'm not gonna do that on stream. And that's one of the reasons why. Like, it's one of those things where it's like I can't. That's partly why I say I also don't want you guys to have to see me doing the same thing over and over again. But it's also the fact that, like, it's a time thing. Like, it's an opportunity cost thing. Like, I can spend, possibly 2 or 3 more streams doing that until I get it done. I know a lot of other streamers do that. They'll stick to one game, and there's that one guy that I think did like Elden Ring. There's people that will do the same boss days in a row on some challenge run that they're trying to do, but like, I guess it's a fear of commitment. I'm not committing to any game that much. I'm going through them. I have a lot more to play. And like I said, it's an opportunity cost thing. Rather than spending, an extra or maybe 2 or 3 streams just trying to beat that thing, assuming that I'm going to be able to, and that, there isn't going to be something go wrong that makes me have to do multiple attempts, I'd rather just move on to the next game. Because honestly, that is one of those bosses where things can just go south. I can, like, that much I can tell from fighting it the first time. Like, it's not something... Like, it uses a lot of status effects and a lot of other things, and those are the types of things that can make a fight go south badly. Like, it's just RNG. You get a bad status effect on one or multiple members of your party, and things can snowball, and you'll lose even if you were snowballing the fight the entire time, you can lose just because a couple of bad status effects or something get put on your party. And then, like, just all the things that it got to do towards that second half of the fight. Like I said, I might have been able to do it had I known about that stuff and use the invulnerabilities and everything from the chubby Kate that Haunted had, but even that's more RNG. Like, that in itself is also RNG, which and how many of those buffs I get when I use it. So there's just a lot of things that could go wrong, meaning that if I have bad luck, and I even made a video proving how bad my luck can be, it could just be more and more attempts at doing that. And if every single one of them is going to take 45 minutes to an hour just to wipe out the 8 little roadblocks before we get to them, not to mention how long that boss takes just because of what a damage sponge it is. Yeah. Rather just move on. So. But yeah, so tomorrow we're going to be starting Kudelka, which also means, since that is the game that I am picking, that the redemption will be up to pick the next game after that. It'll be up as soon as the game starts. As always, it's a first come, first serve redemption to pick whatever game is after that. And then probably depending on how long the game that's picked is, because at this point I'm almost got it, but not quite. But I'm saving up money to fund the double Kickstarter, and that was the money that was going to go to buying Soul Hackers 2. So, yeah, Soul Hackers 2 was supposed to be next after this, but since that money is now going to the double Kickstarter, and I'm even tempted to drop, another $25 on that Guns on Darkness Kickstarter that Shoji Meguro is putting out. So, depending on how long the game, whoever picks in the redemption is, the game after that may either be Soul Hackers 2 or Wild Arms 4. But either way, for the foreseeable future, for the games that I am picking, since it's game I pick, games you guys redeem, back and forth like that. For the foreseeable future, the games are going to be Wild Arms 4, Wild Arms 5, and Soul Hackers 2. In what order those come out depends upon when I get to buy Soul Hackers 2. I don't know, it looks interesting enough. If nothing else, the music will be good. It's Shoji Meguro. And it does look interesting. I don't know if it's going to be good, but it looks interesting. And it's not like it's not like he's shooting for a big game. Like, here, let me go back. Like his Kickstarter is only asking for like 30,000. So he is not trying to make a big game out of this. Like this is going to be probably an indie thing. Where is it? I really wish he would have picked a better name though, but yeah, see, he's already, it started today, and again, he's already hit his goal, but his goal was like minuscule. His goal was 30,000. It was 4.2 million yen. Whereas the double Kickstarter for Armed Fantasia and Penny Blood was 100 million yen. Yeah, I actually played the Shadow Hearts games before, and this gets me I read this. A story set in a futuristic world on the verge of global and societal ruin. And I think I made the joke in the Discord. It's like, so 3 years from now? Like, the game is set in the year that it'll come out? Oh no, it's 2045. I didn't read that before. I think he's being very generous with thinking that society is going to crumble and it's going to wait till 2045. But, I don't know. Like, the digital copy for that game is only $25. So I kind of want to back it just for the fact that it's cheap and it looks like, I mean, it's a gamble whether it's going to be good or not, but it looks like it could be interesting. And yeah, I'd already played I played the Shadow Hearts games before I knew about Kudelka. Well, I guess I knew about Kudelka, I just never gave it a shot. I played the Shadow Hearts games. And by that point, it was a matter of trying to find a copy of Kudelka, which took me a while. And then when I finally did find a physical copy of Kudelka, like, yeah. After I did manage to find a copy that wasn't, overpriced, I just hadn't gotten around to playing it yet. So I figured no time like the present. I'm excited for Armed Fantasia and Penny Blood, so I figured no time like the present. I might as well catch up on the games in those series that I didn't get around to, which, as I said, is Shadow Hearts, it was Kudelka, because I played all the Shadow Hearts games, and for Wild Arms it was 4 and 5, because slightly after 4 came out, but before I could play it, my PS2 died. I still got 5 because it was like a big collector's edition, and back then I liked to collect that stuff. And I was like, oh, I'm gonna get a PS2 eventually. And I held it off forever. And then by the time I actually did pick up another PS2, which was like maybe 4 years ago, again, backlog, haven't gotten to it yet. So in light of that double Kickstarter, I figure it's time to finish off the games in those series that I never got to, which is why Kudelka will be next, and then the games after that I will be picking, you guys will still have a chance every other game to do a redeem and pick something else, but the games that I'll be doing on my picks after that are going to be Wild Arms 4, Wild Arms 5, and then I'll slot in Soul Hackers 2 somewhere when I pick it up. But hey, I've managed to sit up here rambling for the whole 45-minute rest of the stream. So, yeah, tomorrow, same time, 2 a.m. Central Standard Time, check schedule below for what time that is in your area. We'll be starting Kudelka. The redemption will be up to pick the next game. Which game? Soul Hackers 2 or Kudelka? Because if you mean Soul Hackers 2, it's the dungeon design. The dungeon design is boring. Which, I mean, I've beaten games that have had boring dungeons before. The two that pop into mind most are Persona 3 and Crystar. I don't know that it's to that level, but it hasn't stopped me before. But that's the major complaint that most of them talk about, is that the dungeon designs are pretty bland. But, yeah, so I guess already set time, blah blah blah. Alright, so I guess at this point, I'll see you guys tomorrow, and let me see if I can find someone to raid. I guess let's go ahead and raid Hollowitz. He's playing Resident Evil 2. I think he's playing the PlayStation version, not the remake. So, as per usual, let's go ahead and jump in, say hi. Hope to see you all next time, and until then.
Bye-bye, everybody!